think it screwed up on that part. Hold on a moment. I do need to fix this a little bit. But some of you may got the idea of what I meant on the previous stream that I'm taking down right now. And that I am going to post in video format because I caught something into my eye that is not meant to be seen on this channel. Like, there are games that need an internet connection, and they're free to play. They're like RPG games. We had that in the previous few years, back in the 90s. This was, of course, before I was even born, yeah. But in the 90s, it kind of made sense. Building up from the 90s to the 2000s, where some video games are online based, like they're only online. They're meant to be online for good. Like, if the game's meant to be online, then it's meant to be online. It's free to play, it's accessible to everyone, not just specific people. And also, at the same time, it's, how do I think of it? It's an enjoyable experience from time to time, depending on what games you look over. Like, it makes sense, if is what I'm saying. It makes sense that some of those games are, it makes sense that those games have an online requirement, yes. That's as much as I could say. But it doesn't make any fucking sense that it's happening to Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. And it doesn't make any sense that it's also happening to Car X Street. Like, I don't get people nowadays. I don't get how they. I don't get how the whole entire. Oh, I don't know. The fucking online only is coming up to be evolutionary for fucking gaming. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. This is not. This is not evolutionary. This is not revolutionary or anything like that. This is just you basically being scammed out of your money. And some people are not even going to want to. Some people are going to say, oh no, that sounds wrong. I don't think you're saying that right. Oh, I'm saying it right. You basically are paying for a game that requires an internet connection, even if you're playing single player mode. We had this since Need for Speed 2015, where the game required an internet connection in order for you to actually be able to play the game. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're not left with a choice. You've got to get an internet connection to actually be able to play the game. No other way than that. But then watch. You, like, as soon as the game gets delisted, the servers are going to go down for Need for Speed 2015, and you know what's going to happen? Is EA gonna give a fuck and actually do something to fix the game to make it offline accessible? Absolutely not. You know what's gonna happen? Hey, phone call. We got a phone call the modders to help us out here. Fuck, man. And this happened to the crew, where the crew was unplayable completely, and at the same time, I guess it was unmoddable too because of whatever the devs did for the game. And then watch, it's gonna happen to the crew too as well, and we're not gonna be able to do anything about that. What about the What about Test Drive Unlimited? Oh, hello, is this the modding community? We need a few modders to try to get this game to be offline. Like, honestly, gaming fucking sucks. The fact of it is that people think that the new experience where online only is coming in, I don't find that interesting. Actually, to think of it, I think it's a mistake to have online only. I strongly think it's a mistake. I'm not gonna change my mind on saying that. I'm not gonna listen in on anyone who wants to say that it actually is true. I'm just gonna continue saying it. It's a mistake, whether people like it or not. I just don't understand gaming nowadays, though. I just don't understand how gaming is becoming nowadays. When we talk about Need for Speed and shitting on the fact that it has online requirement, that's fine and all. But we can't. But oh, we cannot talk so badly about Test Drive Unlimited Solid Crown. It's a good game. Yeah, fucking right. Some people said that the older games are actually more better, and they didn't need an online requirement to play the game to begin with. Like if you take it as a considerable offense in regards to online experience, like how people are arguing to the case about all this, you honestly just might as well just take it as a personal offense and move the fuck on. Well, I mean, like, better words, you might take it as a considerable offense, but you're better off moving the fuck on instead of arguing over the stupid shit. Because honestly, your logic at any given case is the logic of having an online only experience in order to play this game, in order to play any game. It doesn't matter which one it is. is really a dumb fucking idea. Like, I don't care if you're AR-12 or fucking Black Panther or Slap Train or whatever may like to be the case. If you say, like, I don't really care if there's anyone that wants to argue the case over the fact about the online experience being good. If you're saying that it's good, you seriously have a problem. You seriously have a problem of thinking that. Because I cannot find any person that is around me that enjoys something like this, that could possibly enjoy something like this. I can't enjoy it because I know it's absolutely, how do I put it, bad. Damn it, I'm gonna have to. Damn it, I messed up. Now I can't even download the video, the live stream, or anything like that. No, no, I'll just figure that out sooner or later. But the argument in hand was the fact that he makes it seem like the whole this individual over here in Twitter makes it seem like that online requirements is revolutionary for a test drive unlimited solar crown. You dumb fuck. You're paying $80 for a video game where you can't even get through the main menu and try to play the actual game. Because why? Because it requires an internet connection. Number one. Number two, it's run on servers. It's run on online servers. So you're not even left with a choice to play the game. There was some people that even played the game beforehand, before it was going to release at some point. Which I say it's the beta. And the fact of it is, not even those people were able to play the game to give it a proper review of how the game is. And online's revolutionary. And online is fucking revolutionary. Just goes to show how dumb people fucking are when it comes to gaming. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. You say that you want to come up with the idea on Twitter and argue the case that online is revolutionary at some certain cases. You got a serious problem in your mind, and I think you need to I think you need to. I think you need to rethink on your life decisions. That's just about it. You could keep your ideals. You could either rethink of what you decide to say, or you could just keep those ideals to yourself instead of just widespreading them. Which most of the people, of course, that takes things into social media don't usually do. Honestly, I would have loved to keep it to myself, but I can't because it's fucking Need for Speed, which is actually, I'd say it's kind of valid in most cases. That Need for Speed is just a dying franchise at the end of the day. And it doesn't matter if if the community actually care, like it doesn't matter if the community is filled with nice people inside of that place. It doesn't fucking matter if the devs are working their way around, working their asses off at crunch time at the same time to make good updates. Because at the end of the day, the way I see it, they're not like Turn 10 or the Forza Horizon community per se. And the way I say of it like this is considering the fact that EA is known for bullshitting people. They want money. They know how to fucking, you know, reap out of people's pockets. So basically, I'm saying this in regards to not only the battle passes that you buy inside of Need for Speed Unbound, but also the DLCs that are inside of the game too. Even the catch-up things for the volumes. And you know what the dumb thing is? Is that some of the cars pre-existed since Heat. It's actually wild to think of how these people are when it comes to a car like this. Of course, I had experience in regards to the Forza Horizon. The third game was my first game I've ever played, but from inside of Horizon 4, there was some vehicles that are inside of the Horizon 4 that pre-existed since Horizon 3. Some of them, of course, were reward vehicles. But to think of it all at the end of the day, monetization wasn't really much of a thing that Turn 10 was focusing on strongly when it comes to content packs, when it comes to updates, when it comes to whatever. Like, you could earn cars inside of Forza Horizon with other online players. You don't even need a battle pass to actually be able to do all those events. And you pay basically like $60-$70 to play that game. That's a fair deal, more than Need for Speed. Because Need for Speed Unbound, you pay like what, $70 to play the game? And then you gotta pay an extra, what, 15 for the battle pass in order to unlock new customizations and new cars. And how many cars do they put in? 1? 2? Because I'm pretty certain that it's not a lot. And how are you going to get the old cars? Oh yeah, I forgot. EA put some special catch-up passes in order to actually be able to access those vehicles. What about some of the hero cars? Motherfucker, those have existed since Heat. And they should be reward cars that you could earn through the game, not pay for them and then drive them. And at the end of the day, on top of it all, even if you play single player, play by yourself, offline, you know, you cannot access anything that you've gotten from the online part of the game. The only way you can access it is if you play online. If you want to access it offline, oh, you gotta do this stupid fucking challenge because fuck you, we don't care about your asses. And the only reason why they're doing it like that is because of the modding community which I would say modding community in regards to the Need for Speed franchise does a better job than what the actual employees at the fucking Ghost Games and EA do all together. Because at least they give a shit compared to the fucking developers. And the fact that it is that people build up hopes for Need for Speed Unbound to be very good. What about fucking Heat? That game was meant to be good, was it not? We could have had a lot of updates, we could have had a lot of that stuff, and plus it was Criterion that was doing all of this stuff. They were still using the same engine to make Unbound. They had some employees that were inside of Ghost Games, and all that kind of stuff. So that means they could have done more updates. But The thing is that EA is like, oh no, fuck you. We're just giving you one more update, and that's about it. Because this game's not profitable, and we care about profits. We don't care about our franchises. We will let them die by each and every single penny. Honestly, the game franchise of Need for Speed needs to retire already. Like, it needs to retire for good. Is it ever gonna happen? No. Why? EA sees it as a profitable game franchise to exist in modern times, mind you. The only reason as to why I wanted to retire is because the devs have been treating the franchise like it's like it's just the franchise is just a shit show after the whole entire 2012 thing. After Most Wanted 2012. Of course, some people may argue that Most Wanted 2012 was a good game. But the thing of it all is that it was essentially the very moment where EA doesn't give a shit anymore about their game development. Like, they don't care that it looks good anymore, or that they don't care if it functions good, as long as it's good, looks good, and as long as it's profitable, and as long as there's a lot of quantities of games sold, that's all that matters to them. Not the gameplay physics and mechanics, no, not the experience overall, just the profits, just the quality, and a little bit of just the profits, quality, and quantity. All those three. And Need for Speed, essentially, is in that aspect as of today. It all started in Most Wanted 2012. It ended up becoming a shit show when it comes to 2015. Rivals wasn't as good as anticipated either. But it was a little bit more better than what 2015 had overall. 2015 was when it started to become a shit show because it was running on a Frostbite engine. And it was in... The gameplay just feels like it's less inferior than all the rest. 2015, I'm just gonna say it probably wasn't even the best-selling game. It was for its time, but not really nowadays. What about Payback? Absolutely not. There's not a lot of people that talk about that game anymore because they know how fucking bad it is. How the part system work and all that kind of stupid crap. What about Unbound? Unbound was the only decent Need for Speed game we had as of recent. It wasn't the best. It's not gonna surpass over Underground or all those other titles that Black Box made. But it was decent, okay? And you know, I was actually giving hope for it. I actually wanted to see updates come to this game. I actually want to see how it was gonna go, how everything was gonna be for this game. But did that last? No, it didn't. How long did it take for EA to change things up? A few months to a year. Why? Because, well, for the most part, I do find it makes sense that Ghost Games was absolutely bad at making video games. But then at the same time that they decided to have Criterion work on this game, they were still using Frostbite engine, so why not just have those fuckers update Heat even further? Money! Money! And where does Unbound lie to? An $80 game with $15 worth of Battle Pass, with who knows how much it is for the volume catch-ups. So basically, you're wasting $150 to $200 that could be better spent on the car payment or for your groceries or for your house instead of, oh, I don't know, Need for Speed? Fuck, man. And to think of it all, before even Heat was ever made, the last time I've played Need for Speed and that I've actually enjoyed it was Most Wanted 2010 on the PS3. I mean, yeah, sure, I had my own problems. I was young. I wasn't really much of a skilled player when it comes to racing games when I was a child. This was, of course, when I was in elementary. But still, that doesn't dismiss the fact that I still enjoyed it far more better than what we're getting nowadays. Honestly, I don't fucking care anymore. I might as well just be hated by the Need for Speed community for the fact that I say all this shit. You know, that's the one thing I'm aiming for, is just to be hated by the Need for Speed community. Because I know for a fact that EA doesn't give a shit about anyone. Legitimately. Not even in the community they give a shit. They pretend to. And at the next moment they're just gonna be like, okay, fuck these guys. Yet some people want to be absolutely fucking stupid about it and decide to try to defend the whole entire shit show, which is why they take it into Twitter, of course. I don't know, it's just that gaming nowadays is dumb. It's just fucking stupid. At first hand, it's the test drive Lunatic Solar Crown in regards to the online requirement of the game. Same goes for Car Extra, but I'm hoping that Car Extra gets an offline patch, so that way the experience could be a little bit more better. I highly doubt it's going to happen to Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown, because I feel like the devs intended to do it online mainly. Which makes absolutely no sense. If you're gonna make an online-only game, you might as well be making an RPG game that is based... If you're doing it like an RPG game where you explore and stuff like that, you might as well take the example from World of Warcraft. Or if you're trying to do that for a racing game, hell, there's Need for Speed World. But no. They make it online only, they charge you $80 to play Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown, and their servers aren't even working the first day it started. Which probably explains why it mostly got negative reviews now, like, at the recent times. And then to another thing where they don't even actually care about the people, despite the fact that they look like they are. Like, here's the thing. The way I think of it, EA likes to use deception right now. Like, they pretend they're caring to their community, they're caring to everyone, which is why they're providing these updates, but at the end of the day, they're just like, no, fuck the... You know what? Fuck these people. They've been asked... Fuck these assholes. Fuck everyone. Make them pay for the stuff. Punish them by draining their wallets dry. And nobody is ever gonna understand that. They're either oblivious to it, or some of them even know, but just make it seem like, oh, this is a good thing though. For what? Good thing for what? Is what I want to know. That's my concern. How is it good to be robbing people out of their money for all this stupid shit? The DLC packs that are unnecessary, you know? battle passes, and you're charging them 70 to 80 fucking dollars for a video game. How is that actually good? Like, genuinely, I would have loved to know so badly. But I don't think I'll ever know, because I just won't. It's just not gonna happen anytime soon. I miss the times where gaming was more simpler. You know? Something like this that you see right now. Flatout 2. It's so simple. You drive around, you race, you do all that kind of stuff. Well, I mean, Flatout is heavily simplified than Need for Speed because it doesn't have a story and all that kind of stuff. But it doesn't matter. It has racing, it has demolition, and it has all that kind of good stuff. Like, the fact of it is that if it's a much more simpler game, then it actually would do good. Because the gameplay physics and mechanics feel like they actually are good. They could be enjoyable. The experience alone from a video game like this is enjoyable. Have we gotten that nowadays? For me, it has only been like that since the Forza Horizon series. And you know one thing? I don't really even get myself involved into a community like that. Just because I enjoy the game doesn't mean I am a big fanboy of it. I enjoyed the game because I enjoy the game. Like, I enjoy the gameplay physics and mechanics. They're like heavily simulated. Well, they're not like insanely simulated as Automobilista or the Project Cars game or all those kind of stuff, but they are simulated in a way. I just enjoy it because it's about racing. It's about driving around and all that kind of good stuff. But have I ever been able to enjoy Need for Speed nowadays? Only Heat, that's all I've ever enjoyed, and Rivals. Have I enjoyed Payback? Not really at the first moment, no. 2015, I regret buying it on PC. What about Unbound? After watching a few videos, I don't even want to spend my money. Oh, and it's not even the fact that it's not even the fact that I've watched a few videos about that game. I've even tried getting the game myself. I wanted to see how exactly it was good at one moment. But the problem is that I couldn't because the game itself is so fucking stupid to launch on my computer. Like, I tried running it and it just flat out won't work. Just like how Burnout Paradise on PC, no matter what method you try to do, it won't work. It should work. It's just a video game. It shouldn't have too many problems. Oh, but no, apparently it does have problems. There's probably a process behind the whole entire fact as to how you could actually be able to run the game on PC. Like, honestly, I don't know how they managed to nail the console variations of the games and how they fuck up so badly. And I only say this because of Burnout Paradise Remastered. I'm able to play that on the Xbox One and the Nintendo Switch. But how the fuck can I not play it on PC? How do they fuck that up so badly, is what I want to know. Which is why I don't want to buy another Need for Speed game, let alone any game that just is going down the drain that easily, because it's either modernly decrepit at the very moment you try to play the game. For the most part, that's what it is. Honestly, when I think of Need for Speed Unbound, I don't really hear too much about it. I don't see very much videos about it either, or anything like that. So I would want to pull a joke saying, what's Need for Speed Unbound? But in hindsight of reality, it'd be just me saying, oh, that shitty game? Oh, you mean that shitty game that nobody fucking cares about? Because of how shitty it is and how many microtransactions it has underneath the whole entire skim. I don't care. I mean, like, it doesn't really even bother me too much to say that Need for Speed is bad. Because let's face it, it doesn't matter if you have a community that actually cares, but underneath it, they don't really even care. Because let's face it, it's EA. It doesn't matter if you're getting a lot of fancy-ass updates to the game with a bunch of new cars, even some update vehicles that pre-existed since Heat. And I don't care if there's fan service for Unbound. It doesn't matter if there's fan service for that game or even another Need for Speed game. I'm just gonna say this. Okay? I'm just gonna keep this very clear. The modern Need for Speed game is modernly decrepit. Hold on, let me put it into better quotes. The modern Need for Speed games are modernly decrepit pieces of crap that nobody is ever gonna care about at the end of the day, because of how bad they are. Because EA, money. EA might as well just be bank robbers if they care so badly about money instead of making a video game. For all that I give a fuck. Like, honestly, there's two words for each and every single bit of EA and what they stand for. Fuck microtransactions, fuck them, fuck the Need for Speed, and fuck the modern Need for Speed. Well, that's more than two. Just fuck EA. Until they actually know how to make a Need for Speed game without being a bunch of greedy fucks and actually do give a shit, not giving fourths of a shit, and not just fourths of a shit, but fully give a shit, fuck those guys. They just honestly don't deserve another penny or another dollar for another game that they make, unless they actually do care. even if the games are discounted, I'd rather buy them for like $5 or 10, because that's basically what Need for Speed Unbound is. I'm willing to bet the fact that Need for Speed Unbound has a budget of $20 to $25. It's made that cheap, and it's made so extremely short. But yeah, it looks highly detailed and all that crap. But the gameplay, physics, and mechanics handle like absolute poo. Like, I'll pay them $10, $15, no more, no less. Maybe $5 or less. But I'm not paying full price for Unbound, because fuck paying full price for a game that looks good but functions like a piece of garbage. Might as well just send it to the car crusher if you wasted all that money and you can't refund it. If you get it for like $10 to $15, then I guess it's worth keeping. But if you got it for full price, send that bitch to a dumpster or to a junkyard, to a car crusher in the junkyard. Or something. I don't care. The game's not worth $70. It sure as hell is not worth $100 for the Palace Edition. Because the thing of it is that the whole entire game is, from the looks of it, built the same way as to how Need for Speed 2015 is, if I'm not mistaken. And if it's built like that, then that explains a lot as to why it shouldn't be that expensive. Honestly, that's a nice car. Sorry, picture of a car, Lamborghini Gallardo. It's actually nice. Honestly, at the end of the day, I would just be more happier. I would just be more happier that Need for Speed altogether, let alone, is better off retired. No more titles, no more stupid bullshit that comes from EA. Fuck the fandom of the new modernized Need for Speed games, the modernly decrepit ones, and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's all I would be happy for. If the Need for Speed franchise could retire, I would love that. Because the Need for Speeds we're getting nowadays, the Black Panther shit sticks that we're getting nowadays, are just purely bad. Purely bad. I didn't like Need for Speed 2015. Payback was just the worst experience of all. He was the only enjoyable game I could ever play between the rest, despite the fact that it was made by the same shitty studio, and it functions the same way as the Need for Speed 2015. And yet it was so mishandled. And again, the whole entire game franchise was becoming mishandled since 2012. Need for Speed Most Wanted 2012. Of course, it all started there. There may have been a lot of people that enjoyed the game, the Most Wanted 2012 game. But that doesn't dismiss the fact that Need for Speed was starting to become mistreated at multiple cases because of EA greed. EA started to become more greedier as time goes by. And you know, if Burnout was put to sleep since 2008, I don't see why Need for Speed couldn't just be put to sleep since 2010, if anything, if EA was going to pull up to this. Because it's the most popular franchise. The most popular franchise that is ever going to be ruined by the fucking community nowadays, and people are absolute piss ants crying over some stupid shit, trying to defend it like it's some sort of gem, when at the end of the day, it's just a piece of shit on the road. It's like, and that could go for any modern Need for Speed game. It's not worth looking for. It's not worth looking forward to, because at the end of the day, it's gonna be shit, because it's EA. Honestly, just let the series retire. Let Unbound be the last game. That's all I want. I don't give a like, fuck Need for Speed. It should have, like, the fact of it is, it just needs to retire already. Because the devs, surely EA is not even giving a shit about their franchises, since it probably was a little bit longer before 2012. But Need for Speed overall, like, they're doing the same thing to that nowadays, which is why I just think it's best that Need for Speed just retires. Wow, that truck went flying. I'm sorry that I do apologize that I did have a little bit of a long argument or rambling or whatever. It's just that I don't like modern racing games, how they're becoming. But I strongly hate Need for Speed nowadays. The modern Need for Speed. I strongly hate it. Oi. Come on. spun her out. Jeez, she took a beating. I mean, since this is Flatout, you can't say no to dirty racing. How the fuck did he get ahead of us? How does that even work? There we go. Got him. What? Oh. You know, I really do want to remain chill. It's just that it's just they have moments. Especially when it comes from gaming. Racing games, all that stuff. In other words, I just can't help myself. Excuse me. Little weird girl. Oh, okay, that's a tournament. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sometimes you can't really have enough destruction. You just need a lot of it. Shit. Yeah, it's not going by real well. Oh shit. Right, since this is Kitty Jackson is wrecked. She must have took a heavy beating down back there, that's probably why. Probably a war zone in the back. Because that's how crowds are when it comes to this game. Is that when there's a lot of people out in the back, they're most likely crashing into one another. Oh, I got her! I nailed that save. That was awesome. It says destroyed on the back of the car. That's so much said for a car like this. Yeah, it's more simpler if I'm way ahead of everyone. Because if I'm like in the back in the back, where everyone else is at, it's gotta be a war zone back there. No, 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 shoot. Motherfucker. Fuck. Not how I imagined it would have went. And Frank just drove himself off into the forest. Never to be seen ever again. Got to get this yellows. Gotta get the yellow man. Come back here. Touch. Nice. Boom. I don't know why, but crashing into light posts sounds like you're hitting the drums rather than just crashing into a light pole, you know? Man, this is going by. Okay, the forklift was movable, so that's something. There we go. I got bulldozer. What? I didn't do very much. Maybe some of the destruction on the way, but I guess I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Final race. So far, so good. This isn't so hard. Final lap. And that's gotta do it for that final race. Derby final. Oh yeah, there is that. That's what I've been speaking of. The class where you race all three classes. That was easy. Wreckfest before Wreckfest. Speaking of, I am happy to say that another Wreckfest is coming up soon. I do want to give it a try. Well, considering because it's Bugbear and that they still actually do care for everyone. I have a feeling that Breakfast 2 will it's just gonna feel as fun as the first game. Though, what I do want to ask is what led to the idea of making another one? Because, I mean, the first one was on par. It has some potential. It still had some potential for updates and all those kind of stuff. But the question of it is, why another one? I can only assume that it's for expanding the whole entire gameplay experience, but that sounds somewhat moderate. Not too much. Wasting your time on YouTube. It's at least one of the few good ways to waste my time. I mean, despite the fact that it may seem like a waste of time, it's whatever. Oh, that's... Oh, come on. I waste my 7 years on YouTube, and YouTube give me a copyright on my own videos. Like, claim or or copyright infringement. Because when it comes to claims, they, well, yeah, you don't make money out of the claims, but you do, your videos are still up no matter what. But if it's like a full-on infringement and the video's got to be a strike and it's got to be taken down, then yeah, that's a problem. I mean, like, that's a problem with YouTube nowadays. The fact of it is that it's all focused on monetization. So, in order to please YouTube, um, copyright avoidance is what they want you to do. Uh, to be honest, I'm not happy about having to follow in on the whole entire copyright thing either. But honestly, if the thing of it is that if even if I did get to 1,000 subs, and if I did some special stuff for said YouTube, then I'm not gonna be left with a choice, obviously, yeah. Thing of it is, though, is that YouTube gave me a copyright on GTA because GTA 5 is a violence game. That can't be right. Hold on. That sounds like the dumbest copyright. That sounds unlikely. Because the copyright thing is more so focused on the music. I even have a live stream of it where I was playing a little bit of GTA 5 on a chill stream. There's this one. This one's like a. Hold on. It's got a copyright claim, but. Oh, okay, that's from one of the intro songs I use. No. Let's see, was this about GTA 5 Online? No, it was about me editing a video. I forgot what video specifically this was. Hmm. It's unusual. Because when I look. Because the way I see it, the whole entire copyright system to claim the videos that you've made overall, or even live streams for the YouTube. And here's one. Maybe there's this one too. That one's probably about GTA 5. I need to look at that real quickly. It's a 4th of July stream, I know that, but was I playing GTA 5 at the time? Yes, I was. Okay. So there's that one, which hasn't been copyrighted because I haven't used any of the music. And then there was this one because I had my birthday a few months ago. But that just sounds dumb. Like a reason as to getting a video copyrighted doesn't sit well on me just because GTA 5's a violent game. It probably would make more sense if the game was if you were playing some copyrighted music. Unless YouTube's on its bullshit at one point, which I guess that kind of makes sense. Or Take-Two, because Take-Two is another one of those. Um, Take-Two, of course, does have their own ways on YouTube, and they do happen to piss off a lot of people. And I say Take-Two Interactive because of the fact that of whatever lore videos that the professional made overall. And he's been making videos he's been making responses in regards to those videos being copyrighted. Copyright claimed or copyright striked. All because it was talking about he was talking about some lore on some certain stuff like GTA related stuff, you know? And the fact of it is the words of to interactive copyrights claiming or copyright striking copyright doing anything in regards to copyright towards the professional and maybe some other YouTubers too. Yeah, no, YouTube, like, Take-Two has been having a bad act in regards to this. More so to the well, I wouldn't say more so towards the professional because the thing is, this could happen to anyone if they're talking about GTA related content. And if they're trying to make, and I presume if they're trying to make money out of said content, which the professional I think was doing so at the time. The thing of it is that Take-Two Interactive copyright striked whatever lore videos that the professional makes in regards to GTA related content. Maybe also some other games like Bully, but that's all I know for the most part. But saying that GTA 5 is a violent game to get a copyright claim or a copyright strike doesn't sit in very well with me because I was able to go through around and about to be able to live stream GTA Online. Like honestly, it doesn't sit in very well. To me, it just honestly doesn't make any sense. How YouTube could, how copyrights could work on a video game that is violent. It's supposed to be a violent video game. Why are you gonna copyright someone playing a violent video game? If they want to make a video or a live stream about it, let them make a video or a live stream about it. I don't see what the big issue is. Unless there's like copyrighted music, which, of course, that is a problem nowadays. It wasn't a problem back then because YouTube wasn't business oriented. It was more of a community thing back then. Like, people be posting because they want to be posting. That's just about it. That's how I was back then when I was inside of middle school. And even if I was in elementary as well, it was just community oriented video postings. Nothing having to do with the business. Nothing to do with monetizations. That has got to be the most disappointing thing I've ever done. Well, regardless, I won. Right, time to get into this championship. Nothing about YouTube nowadays just lives up to me. By that I mean it's just, ugh. It's just off. As time goes by, YouTube's becoming a little bit more meh, kind of. They're just extremely picky on a lot of stuff. Like the content, what a YouTuber is making in regards to videos and live streams. They prefer the ones with more subscribers to get more of the attention than some of us. Some of us, lesser YouTubers. The other thing of copyright stuff wasn't really much of a problem back then, since YouTube wasn't really business oriented or anything like that. But now that it is, that's just been a problem. Like, just in general, anything in regards to YouTube today just doesn't sit in very well with me. The question might be, why am I on YouTube making videos and live streams? Because I just want to make videos and live streams. It's just about it. I mean, like, I can entertain some people, but that doesn't mean I can't entertain everyone all at the same time. And it's whatever. You know? Personally, to say the least, it just doesn't bother me too much. But since it just doesn't bother me too much. But based on how YouTube is just business oriented, it still just doesn't sit well with me. Especially the copyright stuff. Man. Well, here we go. Trying to get through this dirt track. This off-road. Off-road. intact. There we go. Let's see. 2 more races to go. The thing of it is, though, when it comes to YouTube, is that if I'm like finished with it, it would just be me saying amongst the lines of, I'm not, at the end of the day, what the real reason why I did YouTube is just a hobby. It's just a hobby. Of course, I'm not living up to that hobby every single day of my life. Seriously. But still. Oh, I just vertically landed on him. What the fuck was that? How did that happen? No. No. I ejected while scraping the wall. That doesn't make any sense to me. I was scraping the wall on that side. It shouldn't just eject my driver out of the car. Well, I didn't think that would have been possible. To be honest, I feel like the Flatout live streams would be more short-lived than the Need for Speed ones. The other two Need for Speed ones, because this game is just simple. You race and you complete through certain events to become number one. That's just as simple as that. Now, if I'm playing Underground 1 in a future live stream, then probably that would be a different story. And there's that. Oh, nice. I beat the whole entire thing. And I got the golden cup. Well, the destruction derby. That's one trophy down. Right, so the next one is race. So what I need is to get a race car. There's that, this. Every dollar counts, so gotta sell that car, sadly. Right, time to get racing. moon gravity. What? That was awesome. There we go. X. Come on. What? Oh, that's quite something. Oh no. Hold on a moment, I'll be right back. I gotta go. I'm gonna go use the RR real quick, but I'll be back. Hello. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it took me a moment. I had to use the RR. The fact that I'm doing this race is what alarms me. Also, hello. I once tried to join the online, but it ended up crashing. When the update was out? Like, when they updated the game you were trying to join? Because I did join in... I haven't fully tried the online yet. I did, however, play a LAN, I think, with my brother. You know, but a full-on online I haven't played through completely. Oh, okay. I would imagine. Like I said, I never really played the full-on online yet. It's just me on the public lobby, per se, days later. The last time I've played this, I found that there was a sound bug when I was playing one of the Demolition Derby events. And this was in my previous stream of this game, where a car was making some sort of boost noise despite the fact that I wasn't boosting, I was just accelerating the car. I don't know, I just feel like the update kind of messed the game a bit, messed it up a little bit. I don't know. I mean, better optimization? Yeah, it kind of did alright on that. But the fact of it is that there's now some minor, not to say that they're big, they're just some small glitches, but I haven't encountered any that affects the game just yet. Besides the sound bug where it made a small nitro sound when I'm driving. I was driving the Roamer last stream and I was in a Demolition Derby event by a gas station, by the gas station map, and it was making that noise. It was ultimately weird. I've been playing Juice 2 frequently. I do wish that the game store, the Press Start gaming store that I have, that is right next to my housing area, had the first Juiced game for the PS2. Because I wanted to buy a lot of old PS2 games that I was familiar with, and some that were in my interest. Emulating would be a no-go for most games like Midnight Club 3, because Midnight Club 3, obviously it's a big game and there's a lot of insane graphical details and models and stuff like that. I don't even know how it works like that. I wish I could have tried Juice 2 though, I'll be honest. This would be when I was younger. I wish I could have tried Juiced 2 when I was younger, but my parents never really had enough money to buy a lot of games. So we had to make do with what we had. This is either if we had it on PS2, PSP, PS3, the Wii, whatever may light up, and that was Carter. He was wrecked. I see Sally just got... I wonder if it's possible to find people in online. The online is not closed. You're talking about... You mean in this game or in the Juiced game? The online, I did encounter someone that was joining in my lobby, aside my brother. And that's because I had it set for a public lobby when I was creating one. You might be most likely talking about Juiced. If that is the case, I wouldn't have any idea. I could still join into a lobby, but no players to find. Juiced 2. Oh, okay. I have it on PS3. Didn't they shut down the servers, though, for the PS3? Like the online and all that stuff? I would say that you wouldn't be able to find anyone online. It seems like they haven't. Yikes. I guess it's because there's still a lot of people online playing. I don't know. I do know that GTA 5's servers are shut down, and that's because it's on Rockstar's part. Obviously, Mod Nation Racers' servers are shut down. I think. Not to say that I know. Little Big Planet 2, I guess some of the servers were shut down by the game company themselves. Or studios. That's weird. I don't get how the... Actually, I don't get it. No, PlayStation 3 servers are still up. And Xbox 360s are down. Like, shut down. It's kind of weird. Though if I had to guess, I would say for the most part that you probably wouldn't find anyone playing Juice 2 online. Mainly because of the sake that the certain majority of people are playing PS4 or PS5 nowadays. Or if they're playing on PC. I don't know, modern gaming, I guess they get tired of playing the same old. Got him. Okay. Yeah, looks like I deserved that one. Oh, come here, Sophia. Smashed her ass. Where do you think you're going? You can play Mod Nation Racers and also to emulate it. Personally, in my end, I don't want to try because my PC is not built to run those. Even if it's even if I could, there are certain limits of games that I could somewhat run, but not a lot of them. I haven't tried the PC emulator. I haven't tried the PS3 emulator, but I tried an Xbox 360 emulator. And that's because I wanted to try Naughty Bear for the first time. Because sadly, they don't have the games on sale, and even if they did, the Xbox One probably would not be backwards compatible. Those games would not be backwards compatible to the Xbox One. And because of how the game is made, it does cause the game... It does cause the game to lag a lot. Well, quite plenty. Tremendous amount of frame drops, and there's no way to change the graphics. I would say the same for Mod Nation Racers, but I wouldn't know. But for PS2, I mean, running an emulator for that, mainly specifically for the Gadget Racers or Choro Q by Takara. It's one of those racing games where they have the tiny toy cars that are licensed vehicles, and you race in them inside of that game. I did try that. It kind of worked a little bit here and there for the for an emulator on the PS2 for my laptop. But I would only happen to know that it's just my laptop that is not built to run more higher, more powerful emulators like the PS3 and Xbox 360. There may be a limit where it could only run probably the PS2, but I'm not too sure about the Nintendo 64 or the PS1. Yikes, Ray got wrecked. Ray got riggedy wrecked. I don't know what I'm saying either. I just see Sophia just doing a two-wheel and just landing on her side in the corner of my eye, or the corner of the screen. You don't have a PS3, don't you? I used to, but we got rid of it a long time ago. For the, even if I did play the PS3, for the most part, all I know is that I would play more of Little Big Planet 2, if any game. Of course, there was Mod Nation Racers, but my brother was more into that game than I was. The only problem we have is that neither me nor my brother actually knows what happened to the PS3 at hand. But for all that we know is that it must have been sold. Or... oh yeah, that's about it. That's at least one way to get rid of the console. Or maybe it was thrown in the bin. Or something like that. But that's highly unlikely. For the most part, it's probably because... for the most part, it's gotta be sold. I honestly miss Little Big Planet 2, but also the Twisted Metal game from 2012. Even the Fallout 2 Battlegrounds, despite the fact that I never really progressed through a lot of games that much when I was at youth. I was barely getting onto that kind of thing, but I was never like someone who could just continue on and try to beat the whole entire game. The only game I've beaten so far, though, was just Little Big Planet 2, and that was about it. Made a lot of friends. To be honest, though, it's not just the PS3 that I miss playing, but the fact of it is that I miss when games were a lot more simpler, you know? Like, a lot more basic back then. Best part is when I got my father's and logged the account, I found one of my friends online. Ooh. Well, he was playing, what game was he playing? Or what game were they playing? I'm just a little bit curious, you know? Or they were just online. To the Mod Nation Racers Discord server and then meet the rest of them. Hmm. I've discussed once before that I miss how simple and basic the games. Well, not basic, but how simple gaming was compared to gaming nowadays. But a little bit earlier, it was more of me being a because of gaming nowadays and stuff like that. It was so happy. I don't. How am I supposed to do this again? Was it like this? Come on, I could do better than that. It's the evolution of technology, I guess. Well, it's not just that, it's also the evolution of business practices, if anything. Of course, I've seen this going on still with Need for Speed. And my friend Angel has been seeing this Metal Gear series. How am I supposed to... I forgot how I'm supposed to do this. Man, I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad. Yeah, no, all I'm doing right now is just struggling my way through to get through this. Struggling my way to get through around this. This, my friends, is what you definitely call a skill issue. Truly. I spent £3 for that game, and it was well worth it. One of my childhood games. The Mon Nation Razors? Unless you're talking about the discounts for the Flatout. Flatout 2. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. So when it was on discount. I forgot how much I bought this game for. But I do remember it was on... Oh, never mind. I would have to look at my purchase history to find out. Let's check the purchase history. Hold on. I think I needed to go through... Let's see. Purchase history. What I'm looking for is Flatout 2. I did get the Fallout. And then I got a lot of payday stuff. Let's see. It must be on the very bottom somewhere. No, that's Postal 2. I didn't know there was a remastered version of it. Probably could have gotten that one. You're speaking more of Ultimate Carnage. I tried getting that once before and running it, but for some apparent reason, the game just didn't want to run. I wasn't too sure as to why. So I didn't screw around with it any further and just sold it. Okay, yeah, here it is. I got the game on April 29th of 2022. That was 2 years ago pretty much. For $3.76. So yeah, it was probably on an Easter sale, that's why. Damn it. There might be a process in order to be able to get through the stone skipping, but I feel like I'm doing it wrong. You know, I'm not even gonna bother. That, my friend, is what you definitely can call a skill issue. I bought Fallout 3 twice. Why? Because the first time the game wasn't working. Because there was some sort of technical issue, no? I was... Actually, when it comes to technical issue, I had that more so on Fallout 4. Despite the fact that it was lagging, I was still able to play through the game still. I haven't gotten into Fallout 3 yet, but I have been playing a lot of Fallout New Vegas a few months ago, maybe a year or so. And I had to rewind a bit just to a point where I didn't even do the Sierra Madre Casino, and I was disappointed because it was unnerving for me to do the Sierra Madre Casino. You might, unless you're talking about Flatout 3. Because if we're talking about Fallout, then I had to start not from the very beginning, but to a point where I didn't even do the Sierra Madre Casino, and I got to do that DLC all over again, sadly. And the issue is, because of how unnerving it feels like to just go through the whole entire thing, as people would say, I do not want to do it again. Then update came in, brought it in again, still didn't work. For the most part, I do know that I've gone absolute gorilla when it comes to Fallout 4, because for the Nuka World DLC, I've played through that, but instead of like letting it be an empire for the raiders, I just ended up killing every single raider inside of the Nuka World. Because I was like, fuck the raiders. They're already troublesome anyways outside of the outside of Nuka World, they're still gonna be troublesome inside of that place when it comes to Fallout 4. And at the same time, I killed Gage. Oh yeah, I remember that in Fallout New Vegas, I killed Arcade Ganon. Killed Arcade Ganon. I think some people would be disappointed with my choices of how I play the game, but I made the choices of how I played the games. Peace was never an option. I want problems, always. So, after hearing in Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown come in, all I can say is I'm going to play Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown 2. Wait, what? All I could say is, let me rephrase it. All I could say is I'm gonna go play Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. Not right now, but later on. Probably when I'm done streaming this, then I probably would. And yes, I had to use some illegal means to acquire such game. Well, since I couldn't play on PC, which is better, I instead bought it on PS3. Yeah, it's just that how the game is built. That's the problem that I have. There are some PC ports of games that I have issues with, and strongly for me when it comes to racing games, Burnout Paradise Remastered was a problem. It still is a problem. Because no matter what method I tried to go through, whatever process I tried to utilize in order to get that game running, nothing works. I tried uninstalling the virtual cam, installing the virtual cam. I tried the mod BPR thing and all that. The only thing I haven't tried was the servers just the servers thing. Because I don't know how to get through and just try to get it to try out. I presume if it's just like disconnect the internet connection, and then that would make sense, I guess. But nothing ever happens to work. So that's why I didn't even keep the game for very long. Again. So I ended up refunding it a few days ago and never bothered touching it ever again. Like, the thing is that some PC builds actually work, but others don't. Maybe I do. The PS3 is the one with the most problems in games. I don't know why. Well, maybe I do know. I never known about what the problem is with PS3 and their games. Aside the fact that it needs every single game needs like some stupid update in order for you to play online. I mean, I get it, it's to update the game, but for, you know, like for more content and stuff like that, but too bothersome. I mean, like, at least on a PS3 or even the Xbox 360, it gives you the option to update the game. And when you put in the disc, you don't even need to at least install the game. You could just install it and you could just put the disc in and the game would actually just work there and then. The only time you ever need to install a game is if you ended up buying a game from an online store. So say it like this. I got Flatout Ultimate Carnage, or this game, on the PS3, but I didn't get the disc. I got it through the PlayStation store. Well, maybe it's not as powerful than Xbox. I guess Xbox. Maybe Xbox was more. Wait, so Xbox was more powerful than PlayStation. But still, I was saying that when you buy a game from any store, online, if it's on the console, from the Xbox 360 to PlayStation 3, you're not being asked to go in. Well, you're being asked to install the game. So that means having an internet connection to install the full-on game. But it's only for the game that is bought from the store online while inside of that console. Does it say that for the discs? No, it doesn't say that you need to install the game. Of course, it will say some updates here and there, but that's just about it. It's just gaming nowadays starts to make less sense as time goes by. That's all I'm just gonna say. And by that I mean whatever the companies do for their consoles and or video games. Jackson wrecked again! How many times is this girl gonna get wrecked every single race? As a matter of fact, it always feels like it's either her or Ray Carter that gets wrecked first. To my eyes, it's like every fucking time, it's either Ray Carter or Katie Jackson wrecking real quickly. To my surprise, I would have thought it would either be Jack Benton, but right now Jack is in third place. Or even Sophia, because both of them are driving much smaller cars compared to Katie Jackson. I mean, Katie Jackson's probably somewhat small, but I wouldn't say it's that fragile compared to the other two. ragdolls are so funny. I ragdoll out on my car, but respawn because I just want to get through this race. Progression matters. Ah, yes, I can't help the fact that it's in the whole game. Everything about this game is just extremely random. Never mind just one thing, it's just the whole game that's just random. But its randomness is more funnier than any other game, as far as I know. It doesn't matter if it's like the crashes, it doesn't matter if it's like ragdolling out of your car and just wrecking other people, whatever may lie to be the case, everything is just extremely random. Even destructible props at the same time. But I mean, at times it's funny. Most of the time it's funny. I mean, it's a lot more funnier compared to what we have in regards to Need for Speed and what, Forza Horizon? Burnout kind of has that silliness, but not too much in a sense, if you get what I'm meaning. And I'm in second place, damn it. Holy shit, I see Jack Benton getting wrecked. I think Jack got wrecked, unless it was someone else. Okay, that's how we're gonna start off the race. I get spun around the first moment. Man, this is not looking too good on my end. That was Sally going the wrong way, attempting to play chicken with one of us. Nice helicopter spin. Hey! You rear-ending. Get off of my ass, Frank. Fuck. Oh yeah, I forgot he's driving an all-wheel drive truck. I could not imagine what could have gone worse if I got spun out by, I think that was Katie. Once you get to the street class, oh boy, it's gonna be ultimate carnage. I am pushing to let that happen. I am pushing forward to allowing that to happen. Sadly, though, this game doesn't give me that much of a luxury to one car this whole entire event. If I did for every single class, that would make sense. But it started off with a roamer when I was playing the first stream, and then I swapped over to the splitter. So the idea of one car onto this game is pretty much it's thrown out the window already. Did you know that you can change colors? Yeah, I'm changing the colors with the up and down arrows. The only thing I'm having issue with is picking which car I want to drive, though. I mean, I still got the Mad Rash, but I feel like these guys are just already overthrowing my car into the bin. That's because it's becoming more difficult as this game goes on. So I guess I want to... I don't know, maybe the Fortune? I'll take it. That's new. Us has been like this already. Hold on. Let me see. I could be wrong. That's how the engine sounds like. But I do want to check. Flatout to an Unreal Engine. Imagine. It probably would have been a better replacement than what we got for Flatout 3. Actually, I would be more mighty impressed if someone makes a Flatout 3 with the Unreal Engine, and it would turn out to have a better. It would turn out to be more better than what we have right now. Hmm. That was coming from last year on this video. Maybe. Oh, okay, there's one from 6 years ago. Nope, that's definitely the car sound, even before the update. Because I was thinking that the engine sound for the Fortune sounds exact would have been from the Banger in the Demolition Derby series, the Banger car, the one that Jack Benton drives. It turns out I was wrong. I thought it was like a replacement engine sound, but that didn't lie to be the case. I wish drafting allowed me to get some nitrous out of my opponents. But sadly, that does not apply to be the case. How the fuck is Sophia catching up? Oh wait, I forgot she's got nitrous. Actually, they all got nitrous. What am I speaking of? They could just easily catch up to me. and cross the line. Shit. So a lot has changed throughout time when I was out and about focusing on life. So I did say that a few weeks ago that like 2 weeks ago that I started going to college, and well, things have been going on by, and ever since I've been driving for last year, maybe 2 years for the most part, it was about time where my mother wanted to see about getting me a different car. But the thing is that we had to replace the car that I was driving. So, you know, some of you may have seen it on my community page. I've had a picture of the Chevrolet of a 2014 Chevrolet Cruze LT, but I got rid of that picture because for the most part I wanted to try to censor out the I mean, it was already too late to do that, but yeah. But essentially, we had to go on one of the days where I wasn't really too busy with anything. Like, like as much as I know work. But this was at least a few weeks before I even started getting myself into needing to go to school. And I just took Jack's ass out. I took his ass out of town. Anyways, so we were at a Buick dealership, Fiesta, I think, and we were trying to get a new vehicle. We were trying to do a trade in with the car that I had for another vehicle. My mom was looking at these Buick Encore GXs. They were like 2025 versions. And hold on, let me load up a picture. It's like one of these vehicles, is what I'm trying to say. Probably a better picture would be this one. It was like one of these vehicles, but the thing is I didn't get the ST version. I ended up getting a gray standard version of the vehicle because the reason as to why for the trade-in and all that stuff, it was only it would only work for said vehicle, which is this one right here that you see in the image. So I really wasn't left with very much of an option. And some of you might say, "Come on, Ice, this looks like a nice vehicle. This looks interesting." The thing is, though, is Eh, I wasn't really much of into. I wasn't really into much of the Buick Encore because I'm thinking of like the older Buick Encore, the one that looked like a Chevrolet Trax. Hold on, I think it's like this one. Yeah, it was like I was thinking it would somewhat be similar to this, but I don't know. It's because my mom had a Buick Encore once before that looked like this, and I was like, oh, eh. And I was thinking the same thing would be for this car, but then I don't know if I wasn't left with very much options, and it would take forever just to go through another process to another car dealership to figure out what we could do. Chevrolet takes a very long while for whatever godforsaken reason. For the most part, it's for the customers, and we weren't gonna go too far, despite the fact that we were trying to go out and about. There was a few key vehicles that my mom didn't want for me to get specifically in regards to replacements. The first would be a Ford branded vehicle because she had a problem inside of her Ford Bronco. It's a 2023 to 2024 Ford Bronco, and it was this variation over here that lies to be the case. What the problem was is that she had a technical issue in regards to her computer in the vehicle. So it was giving her a hard time. And maybe some small maintenance stuff or whatever. I don't really know. But I do know that she had a technical issue in regards to one of the computers, mainly for the radio inside an SUV like this. So that's why my mom was like no on that, and she was also saying no on Kia as well. I wasn't too sure what reason why, but no means no. So what happened is that the trade-off, considering the fact that the car had some problems, it was about to go up to only $500 for the trade-off of the car. But since there was some special things going on out and about for Buick, there was some special deals or whatnot. They were able to get the car, my old car, for $22,000, which means it's not that much, but it's an interesting amount for trade offs. My main problem, though, is the specifications of such vehicle. And here exactly is the reason why. Okay, so we start off with the standard enclave. We take a look at that, okay? And the thing is that each and every single vehicle is front-wheel drive, but we're trying to find a standard version, so I'm guessing that's more of the preferred vehicle. So we're going to take a look at this, the details on the vehicle. It was a front-wheel drive. The one that I'm driving is a front-wheel drive. It's got supposedly a 7 gear continuously variable transmission. The engine's a 3-cylinder, which of course begs the question of my dad. He's like saying the smaller, it's like it's getting more smaller and smaller, and it's because he thinks it becomes less powerful, but. But my main problem more so is the fact that such a vehicle is driving a continuously variable transmission. What I mean exactly by that is the fact that the vehicle, because I had this discussion once before, a very long time ago, in regards to the transmission of such vehicle. Like not just like in general, the continuously variable transmission gives out a problem where at some point it ends up breaking. You can't be able to drive it. The thing is that the transmission is basically one wheel and it's attached to some sort of small rubber band or something like that. Let's see. Continuously variable transmission. I presume that's exactly how it works. Actually, it's not just string. There's a lot of gearing components. The only thing is that it's not like a standard transmission where the car ends up changing gears at some point. But more so on the fact that it increases more. The more power it has, the faster the gears go. But the problem is that despite the fact that it's a lot more cheaper, some car companies find it a lot more cheaper to use these type of gearboxes, this kind of engineering. The only problem is how fragile, like how they could break, you know. And for the most part, they Nissan is really bad when it comes to continuously variable transmissions. Out of pocket, I've even done some research around, and this was when I was doing a live stream for a GTA 4. And yes, I definitely need to get back into that at one point. The problem is that when driving that Buick Encore GX, it's gonna be mainly nothing more than the transmission that I have. Because as seeing as a variable transmission, the has car companies nowadays are relying on that because it's much more cheaper to build. But the problem is its durability compared to a standard issued transmission that we would have, like the same old traditional gearing and all that stuff. Surely enough, the CVTs are not like that. The CVTs have more problems than just the standard vehicles. The standard traditional transmissions, standard traditional gearboxes. The only way the traditional ones would be a problem is if you're driving stick and you end up screwing up the gearing at some point. Besides that, the transmissions for standard gearboxes wouldn't need to be in need of repairs that much, depending on what vehicle you drive. But since it's a CVT, that's gonna be the problem. How long will the gears run for? How long will it take for the assembly of said CVT to break? But overall, it's a little bit nicer to drive than just the Cruise. I'm not saying that because I do have a few problems with the Cruise. Not by the overall design, but the issue is that as to how it was handled when in regards to maintenance. Because back then, someone, before I started driving, had glued the cylinder cover on top of the cylinder head, and that's not how you were supposed to tighten down the cover. You need to tighten down with all the bolts, but the bolts wouldn't want to go in because some of the material was like worn out on the inside. Or like it was dematerialized, in other words. So I had problems with that, plus leaking oil on the top end of the engine. My other problem was the fact that each and every single time I get in the car, well, I mean, it's always been like that for each and every single time you get in an old car. The air conditioning unit doesn't really work out too much. I guess it's because of what I've been putting in the car. Probably for the coolant, if anything. But the Cruise would take a very long while just to have the air conditioning turn on and be active. The Buick, however, was working as a charm with the air conditioning. And it was quite luxurious to drive as well. Of course, I'm not showboating because I'm not as stupid as that. I do enjoy a small drive here and there now because I'm driving a different vehicle, one that is able to work. I still need to worry about the thing is though, I still need to worry about the payments on the vehicle itself. That's the only thing that needs to be worked on. Besides that, not very much else. Yikes. I mean, surely enough, driving a Buick Encore GX would be much more better than driving an electric vehicle. Say, like, the Mustang Mach-E, because the Mustang Mach-E looks so fucking ugly. I should just say fugly. Tesla Cybertruck, same thing, even except more worse. That, like, Tesla Cybertruck needs to go back to a kid's drawing, to Elon Musk's kid's drawing book, and never, ever should be mentioned ever again to be developed as a car. Actually, come to think of it, between all the electric vehicles, the Tesla Cybertruck is what I would shit on the most. Like, it is... I don't know who thinks it's a good idea to drive a Tesla Cybertruck out into the open wild to go do some off-roading, when at one point the the axle might break or something like that. Its trucking capabilities is so bad. It, the Mach-E. Wait, how's the Marquee looks? It looks ugly, and that's being said because when the vehicle was being made for the Mach-E, it was being built out of an SUV format. Like they made the whole entire design into an SUV. That's how it was. A lot of people didn't like this shit. Mind you, Ken Block drove one of these before he passed away. It was ugly. But then I was hearing in from Ford saying that they weren't going to do this again. So they went to making the Mustangs back to the same classic traditional muscle cars as they ever were. Instead of problematic, shitty ass SUVs that that look like, how do I put it? That looks like one of the Ford Escapes. Now, if it was actually a Ford Mustang, a full-on Ford Mustang, try like probably one of these models, or what's the latest one they're with? One of these. Oh no, wait, that just transfers. Hold on. Probably like one of these. If they made an electric vehicle out of one of these vehicles, then that would probably make sense. That would probably be more interesting. Nobody wants to see a Mustang variation Explorer. Nobody wants to see a Mustang variation. Like the people who seen this vehicle and must have talked shit about it, saying they didn't want to see an Explorer, a Ford Escape with Mustang stuff on it. That's not what they wanted to see. They were thinking the Mach-E would have been the same thing as the standard Mustang, except with just motor powered wheels and batteries running the vehicle, not something like this. Dark Horses, that's most recent. The most recent. Those are what that's what the car was called, the Black Shelby. Look, all I know is that the Ford Mustang Mach-E it looks bad. But I have to argue the Tesla Cybertruck looks more fucking ridiculous than all the others. Please, tell me. Does this not look like a kid's drawing car? Look at the shaping. Look at the design of it. Actually, let's find a side view. Look at that. That looks like some kid drew the vehicle like this angle, right? On a piece of paper and said, Daddy, look, I made this. Could you make it for me? And then Elon Musk is like, okay, I'll make it. And that's how the most hideous Tesla ever exists. Honestly, this looks so bad. I'll talk shit on this. That is what a trans person would drive the Mach E. Eh. Not only that, but supposedly the environmental people People who care about the environment. I mean, like, electric vehicles don't make things any better. I mean, yeah, sure, petrol's bad, but it's not like electric cars are going to do any better in regards to this because the thing is that when you're driving an electric vehicle, mind you, you're driving with a vehicle that has hazardous chemicals in the battery. Any car battery. There's lead, two lead, electric vehicle batteries, lithium cobalt oxide with granite anode, and has phosphates, titanates, lithium, vanadium oxide, and silicon. Zebra has and that's for the lithium ion. The zebra's got coral, chloral, chloraluminate sodium. Sorry, it takes me a moment to try to read it through. But then you go to nickel metal hydride, neodymium, lithium, cerium, nickel, cobalt, aluminum, mag, manganese, magan. I don't even know how you spell that one. Magan, manganese, I guess, and potassium hydroxide. Those that doesn't make the car any better because it doesn't matter if you're running on lithium. It doesn't matter if you're running on Zebra or a nickel metal hydride. They all have chemicals, and they all have chemicals. Petrol. Let's see how hazardous it is. They have no or low exhaust emissions. That's the one thing of the car. But the chemicals that are built inside of it, what if they leak? That's the question that people don't seem to understand. If they leak, then that's where the problem lies. Heavy sources of power. EVs could still produce harmful emissions if the electricity is produced by burning fossil fuels. Let's see. Time of day is another one. Hybrid cars were like electric and gasoline cars, right? Hybrid's supposed to be the mix of those two. So, to think of it like this, when it comes to hybrid cars, they do have electric motors, but they're not really as they're not they don't have a long lifespan. Yeah, it uses both motors, an internal combustion engine and an electric motor. The in turn, the combustion though, the standard motor itself is used for the long drive, long roads. Like if you're going on a trip, imagine you're at, say, Colorado, and if you're driving all the way to Wyoming, then you would need to use the standard motor in order to take the drive. There is no way that the electric motors would be able to last that long. However, they do not have any they don't have any ports for you to charge, but it's not that bad compared to the gasoline ones. I guess not. I mean, it's I'd say it's more useful if you're like uh trying to convert through different modes from like the electric motors. I guess that would make sense if you're like driving in an area where you're at and you're just enjoying the drive. But if you're like traveling long distances, then the engine is where it's useful at. So hybrids are more useful for those kind of things. I just think that the gasoline ones, they do fuel efficiency is still a problem in regards to those kind of vehicles, but that's whatever. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. My cat is crying like crazy. Gotta see exactly what he wants. What do you want? Want in my room? So, in general, I'm just cars are cars. They're just gonna have their own problems. Tesla, the Cybertruck's gonna have a problem for looking like the most ugliest truck to ever exist. Not to mention the most useless truck inside of the truck, uh, inside of the pickup line. The Mustang Mach-E is always going to be mocked for because it's not a real Mustang. It's just an SUV. It's just an Escape. But still, any car has their own problems. All cars have their own problems, no matter what. I don't think they have intended to have off-road capabilities of Cybertruck. Intended. All the more reason why the Cybertruck's absolutely useless. Because... Okay, Ray Carter is wrecked. The thing is that I just think that when you think of the Cybertruck, well, I should just put it. No, when it comes to, in general, when it comes to the Cybertruck, the only thing as to why it exists, the only reason why the Cybertruck is out there to be sold, is the considerable fact that it's supposed to be a truck that is made to make you look cool. Honestly, I don't find anything cool from a guy that is drawing a child's drawing. Who's driving a child's drawing from a piece of paper that's valid. And in the worst case, it's an elementary kid. If they did, they could have noticed. Honestly, I just think that the Tesla Cybertruck is the biggest sale flop to ever exist for Tesla. No more, no less. And I highly doubt that Elon Musk is gonna understand that too well. Not that he will ever watch this video anyways, but still, I'd see the Tesla Cybertruck nothing more than a sales flop. Shit, if I was one of the few people that was like a millionaire, I would not even want to touch one of those. Like, fuck it, give me the If I had to choose an electric vehicle, I would choose the GMC Hummer electric truck. And the thing is, I don't even like electric vehicles, but that would be a much more better choice than a Tesla Cybertruck. And honestly, I've shitted this in while I was at work, whenever I was at work, where I've always held my mind on saying, I'm gonna talk shit about the Tesla Cybertruck. As much as I like. Because honestly, the Tesla Cybertruck just looks absolutely bad. That even the Chevrolet SSR looks better than that. Than the Cybertruck. And to put it between the pickup class, if it was like carrying some stuff around or stuff like that, it would be useless compared to the rest of the bunch. Like the Pathfinders, the Titans, the Tundras, the F-150s, the Rams, the Dakotas, the Sierras, the Colorados, the Silverados. Like all those would be more useful compared to the Cybertruck. The Cybertruck couldn't even fit a bicycle inside the back. That's embarrassing. And that was Katie just flying. Well, that hurts so badly. Awesome crash. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get a coma. That's how you end up going into a coma, is if you crash like that. Frank is everywhere. Okay, I'm everywhere too. I end up crashing into the barricades. What? I gave you food! Fuck! I rammed into him. Okay, Katie's on top of the car. Yeah, that's Sally. She just saved herself. She went spinning in midair and then just ended up back on her wheels. And still driving back. She saved her own skin. this bitch? She just spun me out. Got Sally. Ah, Jack is right there. That's the second time that happened. He's on his side. I'm still driving. That was nice. Have you been playing Unbound? That's an easy question. And that answer is no. The answer to such question would be no. And the reason as to why I don't want to play Unbound, like at all, not even another Need for Speed game, is because of how EA is still mishandling their franchises. Like, honestly, ever since I was... the last Need for Speed I've ever played as of recent times would be Need for Speed Heat, and that's because I was still inside of high school. He was kind of decent, and I was hoping that there would be a lot of updates. I was hoping for the best of the game, despite the fact that I've never really gone through around YouTube and done too much of it. Besides, I had the game on an Xbox One. But after EA took down Ghost Games to replace it with Criterion, I mean, to me, it makes sense that would have happened. Because Ghost Games was doing too badly on making games. But I mean, they had Ghost Games, and they were gonna... And Ghost Games was... I mean... Sorry, not Ghost Games. I mean, they had Criterion to go back to making Need for Speed games. And the funny thing is that Criterion is using the Frostbite engine to make the Battlefield games, say no less. And so they could have easily made more and more updates on Need for Speed Heat. So that way we could stay entertained with the game for a little bit longer before they decide, oh, we're gonna make another Need for Speed game if you guys don't mind. Instead of it being like that, instead of getting a lot of updates, where we could have gotten a Mitsubishi Eclipse, the DeLorean DMC-12, a drivable Ford Crown Victoria, as well as a Dodge Charger, the modern ones, all we get is an update where they had crossplay and basically saying, fuck you, thank you for your money, we'll make another Need for Speed game because we don't give a shit about our franchises nor our customers. That's one reason as to why I don't want to buy another Need for Speed game, because the fact of it is that Need for Speed Heat not getting updates at the end of the day, after that cross-play thing, was the last straw. Like, it wouldn't even matter anyways. There wasn't any PvP or anything like that going on. Even if there was, there's like a little bit of it going on. So crossplay wouldn't even make anything better. It would just make the game boring still. And Unbound is anti-consumer friendly. Like, it is a massive threat to everyone that buys the game. The reason as to why is because they have a lot of these deals, these packs. One of them contains hero cars that pre-existed since Need for Speed Heat. I could easily go back to that game and buy them at the dealership, and I wouldn't even have to spend a pretty penny out of my wallet just to buy a set of cars. The only time I've ever done that was for the McLaren F1 on the Need for Speed Heat, because that was one of the few updates that they made for the game. Get down from there. Get down from there. Sorry. But that was like the only new car they've ever made. The only one that isn't new is the Aston Martin. It's a Need for Speed Heat. Another thing is that Need for Speed Unbound has plenty of cars that are coming back in that pre-existed since Heat, Payback, or even 2015. So in other words, they're not new. Like, one of the Audi cars I was hearing in was from Need for Speed Heat. It was an RS6, if I'm not mistaken. And they were putting that as if it was some EA and Criterion was putting that as if it was a brand new car, which wasn't to be the case. And the only reason why it came out as an update is because they didn't have the licensing for Audi, I presume. Or it expired, something like that, I'm not too sure. but yet I could access an RS6, buy an Audi RS6 in the game, in Need for Speed Heat, again, without having to spend a pretty penny out of my wallet. Oh, they got these cool catch-up packs for volumes that you missed previously. Oh, but you got to spend an extra $5 or $10 just to get these. What about the battle pass? Oh yeah, we got a new battle pass for you. So that way you could get only like what, 2 new cars, but a bunch of customization that you can't really fucking use unless you're online. Yeah, we'll charge you $15 for that. And on top of it all, since it's built on the Frostbite engine that was previously used for Need for Speed Heat, its gameplay is still the exact same. Well, actually, I should just say more accurately that it's been the same since Need for Speed 2015. Heat is cool, but what really frustrates me is how the hypercars are treated. RS5, I guess, and the R8. Honestly, I'm not bothered about Heat Unbound because of the fact that it's quote-unquote anime-ish or cartoony. I'm bothered by the fact that the game is just anti-consumer friendly. Like, why can't they just simply buy the game and unlock the cars without having to spend extra money for some stupid fucking battle pass? Or for some special packs that pre-existed from the older titles like Heat, Payback, or 2015. Like, that doesn't even make any sense to me. I might as well just buy those games. Mind you, I hate 2015 the most compared to every single Need for Speed game made by Ghost Games. So if I wanted to drive the Supra inside a Need for Speed inside of a modern Need for Speed, say if they were to bring it back into Unbound, but they have a price tag for it. Oh hey, guess what? I got Need for Speed 2015 on my PC. I could just go back to that, and I could just drive the car from there. Or, if it really matters the most, I could just drive it on to Need for Speed Underground 2. Because those games are not charging me extra for a fucking car that pre-existed. The car companies is the ones to blame. Well, it's not as much as EA, because the thing of it is that when it comes to Need for Speed Unbound, I've been hearing in from a video from a YouTuber named Ultraviolet talking about the cars inside of Need for Speed Unbound, saying that when the car company licensing has expired, that EA would buy them back, but they're punishing players by having the players to buy said cars, even if they pre-existed on the previous titles. And it's easy enough to compare this to Forza. It's easy enough to compare this to Forza. Which one? Horizon 4. The reason as to why is because inside of Forza Horizon 4, the I'm not too sure if you noticed this, but they've had this thing where Mitsubishi vehicles were not inside of the game, so they had to be added in as DLC. But the thing is that when it came to the DLC for said vehicles, for said Mitsubishi pack, the vehicles were for free. Like, you didn't have to spend extra money to buy the Mitsubishi cars or anything like that. All you needed to do was just download the pack. Sure, it's disappointing that it happened, but it happened. They spend a lot of money for the license putting my logic here. They spend a lot of money and then they ask for a lot of money. Like, it's just EA. If there's no way that they can, there's no way to argue the case that to them that about the whole entire ideal they have. They're gonna stick with the idea of wanting to make money out of the vehicles no matter what lies to be the case. You could even take this to Twitter. You could take this, and there's gonna be a lot of people just wanting to argue, which is why they're making it as DLC. It's all the more reason why I don't want to play the new games anymore, because they intend to add the vehicles as DLC, and they charge a lot just for stuff like that. It's like the logic here is, oh hey, we will give you these car packs, but the thing is, we want a lot of money, so we expect you to pay $10 to, or $5 to $10 in order to buy this car pack. Maybe they're probably even going to upcharge it even further, come to think of it. Forza is the worst. It may seem like the worst, but it's because of certain cars that they're adding. Like, to me, the question is, the DeLoreans don't really even need additions. I mean, yeah, sure, they look nice, but you don't need an insane set. At least have the Time Machine one set out for body kits. That would make more sense. It's just that, to me, I'm not really much into Forza, how they are doing it nowadays. Because I just don't have the game. I don't have the game Forza Horizon 5 for the Xbox, nor the PC. I do want to say that I was about to play it on the PC, but it was a massive memory killer. So that means I could not be able to get the game running at any time. So that was out of the bin. And the reason why I didn't want to play on console is because fuck the subscriptions. That's why. I don't want to be paying online just to play one game. I've done that for Forza Horizon 4, and it just disappoints me. I've done that once before for Horizon 3 for some time. And then I did it for Horizon 4. But then after all of that, I never done it ever again. I may have had online for the Need for Speed, but that was around the time when I was doing it for Forza Horizon 3. I mean, Forza Horizon 4. They had cars that are only for collection, while in Unbound, the Audi gives 2 best cars in the class. honestly, to me, it's just gaming's fucked. Racing games are just fucked over no matter how much it is. I just hate Need for Speed more. That's the only one I hate the most, is just Need for Speed. Because of how EA pushed themselves to be. Massive corpo that's just greedy enough that they want more money. Nobody's ever, like, even if you take it to Twitter and say that these guys are greedy and want a lot of money for a bunch of cars that pre-existed in Heat, you're gonna bound to have a lot of people that just cry and argue, contradict on your point in every way possible. Why? Because they're like that. So at least there's a sort of reason, but for Forza, is just no point. Yeah, there's no point of Forza to have DLC packs. If the cars are being added in as free vehicles that you could collect, then the DeLoreans should have been for free and all those others. I don't know, it's just disappointing. But because of all the stuff that Need for Speed has, it gives me at least a point, a reason as to why I don't want to buy another title, because of how shitty because of how they mishandle their franchises. The trend is to make another Need for Speed game that appeals to the modern day audience. Which furthermore explains why the story inside of Need for Speed Unbound is cringe as fuck. I mean, Heat was bad at one point, but I feel like the Unbound is a lot more worse. And the question would have been, or not even a question. The thing I would say nowadays is I don't remember Need for Speed Unbound at all. Like, I don't remember Need for Speed. The last time I remember it would be Need for Speed Heat. And even if I did remember, ew, Need for Speed Unbound exists? That must be the worst game I've ever seen to be a modern Need for Speed game. I stated out once before in a tweet that Need for Speed Unbound is just straight up forgettable, and you just end up having then I just end up having a bunch of crybabies inside of my Twitter trying to defecate on top of my point that I made. Cause honestly, I don't see anyone playing I don't see any of my friends playing Need for Speed. I haven't heard anyone play Need for Speed Unbound. Well, aside hearing the fact that I was asked a question, which is alright. And if I even did hear someone play Unbound, I would just think that they have a serious problem. Microsoft is way more worse than EA. Playground Games, the studio who said Forza Motorsport was rebuilt from the ground up, is literally recycled features. Oh no, yeah, I was hearing... I've seen some videos a long time ago on regards to Forza Motorsport. I did see one where Shiny Odd was pointing out the issues in regards to the game. the fact that there was more problems than the positives is realistically alarming me. I say that I've seen it since a few months ago, somewhere around April or something like that. I was at a Comic-Con or the Gaming Expo because I wanted to go to those because it was just my first time going. The cars and trailer didn't appear in the final, and obviously they wouldn't make it as DLC in Seppi. I'm not too sure what you mean by Seppi. Could you please tell me what Seppi is? Because I want to know so badly. I do want to know what Seppi means. Seppi the YouTuber. We'll have to look into that. I'll have to look into Seppi then and see what may go down. Oh, wait, how much has he talked about in the game? But if I gotta be Horizon and Motorsport, Horizon had a rocky start, that much I could say. They did improve as time goes by, but that was their only up. Motorsport is the one they flopped so badly on. And Turn 10 is not doing anything. Playground Games is not doing anything to change that. Even if they said they were changing a few things, it would be a slow process. And how did the Forza Motorsport appear on the Game of the Year in 2022, I guess? Probably because people voted that game the most, and they're not even people that play video games. Let's be real. I mean, to be honest, it's either that or it would just be the Crew Motorfest. I don't have a problem with Motorfest. I just have a problem with Ubisoft as to how they handle their games. Or, well, it's not only how they handle the games, but the fact of it is that I don't like how the Crew in general is just online only. That's like saying, let's go back to Need for Speed 2015. Only this time, it's a open state, open country driving kind of game, and there's a lot of cars inside. That's pretty. Look what happened to the first Crew game. The game is unplayable. And the fact of it is that Ubisoft, not even Ivory Tower, wants to make an offline patch for the game. We could have had modders go in and make a patch for it, but that hasn't happened for what fuck knows whatever reason. I'm assuming because it's the fact that they removed the server thing, the whole entire contract and all of that kind of stuff, whatever may light up be the case, I don't really know. I don't think people voted it. Probably was botting. That could be true. It's either if it has to be botting. I mean, if there's people voted, they voted because they don't know how gaming. They voted Forza because it looks realistic. But the problem lies to be the case. Video games are not supposed to be realistic, and in this case, racing games are in that particular scenario too. Actually, modders did make an offline mod for the crew. Yeah, but there's still some people that can't seem to access the game. Unless there was a get around that fixed the problem that the modders made. I'm not too sure. All I know is that I just don't have that on my PC. It's also too late for me to get it on PC anyways, because they did remove the game. Honestly, my experience with the crew has been just extremely boring, and I say this in regards to the crew too. Bullshit, I call that about Forza. I was trying to say that my experience with the crew was, for the most part, boring, and that's because I speak more in regards to the second game. Number one was how the game felt. It just felt like it was absolutely boring. There wasn't very much that I can do. Not only from the very beginning, but also when I was playing through some of it. Another problem would be because it's an online-only game, and I was having connection problems in regards to my Xbox. I could not properly play the game unless I had an internet connection, and that was the biggest problem I had. Everything about online-only gameplay is just so fucking bad. It's why I don't want to play another crew game. It's why I am not even going to bother with the Crew Motorfest. It's why I hated Need for Speed 2015. And it damn sure is the biggest reason as to why I'm not going to play Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown anytime soon. Microsoft did vote bot. I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest, there hasn't been any interesting racing games lately. The Crew fails to catch my interest. Fuck Need for Speed. Forza Horizon 5, I heard, had a rocky start, and that's what made me not bother getting the game. Don't. You own the game anyways. What do you mean, the Need for Speed 2015? Good, because I don't really want to. Unless you mean the Crew, the Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. Honestly, I just... Why buying Motorfest? No, I don't want to buy Motorfest. That's what I'm saying. Motorfest does not catch my interest. fuck Need for Speed 2015. I'm for damn sure not playing Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown anytime soon. Like, honestly, if you're gonna make a racing game, and if it's gonna be online only, it would have made sense that you went through the same aspect as the Need for Speed World. Make it a free-to-play game, where it requires an internet connection. But no, they don't want to do it like that when it comes to making video games. EA doesn't want to do that. EA didn't want to do that for Need for Speed 2015. Nikon and Kyloton didn't want to do that for the Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. And fucking... what other game I set out there? The Crew... Ubisoft and Ivory Towers don't want to do that for the Crew. Why? Money. That's what it matters. Pay them pay the $60, $70 to buy them games. Honestly, the fact of greed, I just find it disappointing about games in every aspect. How a game could be ruined, for the most part, it's gotta be greed. I mean, like, why should you bother about Motorfest and the Crew 2 if you don't own them? I used to own the Crew 2 on my Xbox, but a few months ago, I sold it because I didn't want the game anymore. And I never bothered buying the Crew at all. It leads to hate and downfall. Yeah, all the more reason why EA hates everyone, despite the fact that some people say the community, the Need for Speed community, actually is filled with nice people. Yeah, right. If they were filled with nice people, they wouldn't be charging extra for some extra fucking cars. They wouldn't be charging $15 for... they wouldn't be charging somewhere around $10 to $5 for some extra fucking cars if they actually cared. Why I should bother about Motorfest and the Crew if I don't own them? Because why I bother about them is because of how Ubisoft is handling the franchise of the Crew in general. Essentially nowadays, Ubisoft is leading themselves to being one of them companies where they say, oh, you don't actually own the game, despite the fact that you actually bought the game for fuck knows how much you bought it for. That could even be said for Assassin's Creed, that could be said for Far Cry, that could be said for whatever games they make. The Tom Clancy games. Like, it doesn't matter. They say that you don't deserve the right to own them in some way. They were saying about that a few months ago. I've been looking into some YouTube videos and there was some people that were saying that. The fact of it is that in order to play some of the Ubisoft games, you would need to have their subscription in order to actually be able to play the games that they made, the games that they publish, and all that kind of stuff. You buy the game on PC, but the future they prove that you don't own it. The proof is, I paid... the best proof I have overall is that I paid money to buy the game. I'm not paying to rent the game. I don't know, they're just Ubisoft's coming up with some dumb bullshit at most cases as to proving how you don't own the game, despite the fact that if you were playing on console, you bought the crew on full price. Like $50-$60 or something like that. And they're just gonna straight up say, "Oh, you don't actually own the game." Like that's some high class weed smoking bullshit I would ever hear from a Ubisoft employee. Literally stealing from you and violating the EULA. Yeah, and I was hearing in that some of the governments were trying to fight against this business practice that Ubisoft is putting out. I think it was UK. I do know that there was a YouTuber by the name of Accursed Farms that was trying to fight against this problem. That one guy who made the Freeman's Mind series that was on the Half-Life games, where he was speaking as he was Gordon Freeman inside of his mind, and he was trying to push himself around to try to fight against whatever Ubisoft was planning in regards to video game ownership. I still wish them the very best of trying. It's like, when it comes to racing games, the only studio I could vouch for that it hasn't ruined their reputation, but I don't think this is gonna last for a very long while, would be Bugbear. I mean, yeah, sure. When it came to Bugbear, they did make DLCs for the Wreckfest for some new cars as well as some accessories. But they weren't like pay-to-win vehicles specifically. Unless some of them are, and I'm missing the memo somewhere around here. But the reason as to why I wouldn't say that Bugbear wouldn't ruin their reputation is because time is how Wreckfest 2 is gonna be is extremely unpredictable right now. For all that we know, it's gonna be like the first Wreckfest. But still, I don't know how it's gonna be exactly. Like, looking at Bugbear, when they made the first Wreckfest, after what had been going on with them, after making the Ridge Racer Unbound for Namco, when they made Wreckfest, they still had the touch and the power. Like, they knew they were making a good racing game. Like, they know what they were doing. They were trying to make a game where people could at least enjoy it for a while, without having to ruin the experience from everyone that plays that game. I mean, yeah, sure, it does get boring here and there, but still, the game has a reputation of its own to maintain. Wreckfest. The same applies for Bugbear, and honestly, I don't know, it's just that time's unpredictable. Unpredictable. Whatever. Unpredictable is what I'm trying to say. It's hard to tell what's gonna happen if it comes to Wreckfest 2. What is to be the case and what isn't to be the case. Of course, they have been out of the loop of making a racing game for a while, and well, I guess they were just having the game wait for a while. They were having Wreckfest 2 wait for a while. speeding my way through. We about to win this. Just landed on top of Jack. On my way, forklift. I got a race to win. And that's how you do it. That's how we rollin'. I think I do need another vehicle though. Obviously, from someone like me, it's hard to stay satisfied with one car. Hold up. Don't want to let that electric vacuum to come into my room. We rolling in on the El Camino, boys. Jason just crashed himself out. Okay. Don't know what I did for that, but that happened. I hit a generator. A generator. How does that even work? That does not make any sense. Okay, I hit a tree. That actually does. I keep crashing out. There's so many crashing out going on. I am so bad. Oh God! That man, that guy would have been a goner if that would have actually killed him. That was a lot of damage. Jack's wrecked. Sally's not wrecked yet. Well, that was a lot of damage, though. That's a lot of damage. I am... What the fuck? How many times am I gonna keep crashing out? There we go. I am so... And that's about it for that contest. Now it's time to get some upgrades. Let's see, what upgrade am I missing? I'm missing the chip, the electric chip, and the displacement. Then I gotta get this exhaust. Some of these handling upgrades. I'd say this will... I mean, we're not gonna need the massive amount of upgrades for... We're not gonna need crazy body upgrades, because the fact is, we're not even doing any demolition derbies. If we were, that would probably make sense. No. Hello. Bad Sophia. Bad Sophia. Stay behind. Sophia's becoming a train wreck. And Sally Taylor's way behind. She has half a health. What did she do? Oh, won't matter anyways. I just sent her spinning around. That was a wheelie. That was really scary. Yes, I made a pun. A terrible one to add. Ooh, 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 final hit, final hit. If I can make it, if I can make it. Come on. Come on. Ah, I was about to knock her out. I was about to wreck her ass. I'm sorry that kind of sounded a little bit off. But Sally was getting demolished inside of that race. I'll say that much. Rural racing. Yeah, I feel like there's just gonna be less parts of this stream compared to the other Need for Speed games. Because I'm just going through and just trying to cheese it as much as I possibly can. Okay, so it's officially been made. The only two that I cannot seem to do very well in regards to stunts in this game would be the stone skipping and the high jump. Those are the only two that I suck at for the most part. But we're gonna have to find out in the long run as to what other else I suck at. And I lost my exhaust ports. Jason's wrecked. I wonder how that happened. Probably because there was a big gangbanging going on behind me and I'm not too certain of it. No, please do not take this, do not take it the wrong way, chat. Oh, come on, man. Yikes. This is gonna be eventful. Okay, I'm spinning. That's not very much. Well, I might as well just take a bunch of people with me if I'm gonna crash out, you know? And I crashed into some construction machinery. Machina. Crashed into Jason's wrecked car. Wait, so I know that Jason's wrecked, but who else? Unless that was just it. I would play Car X Street, but my problems are my big problem is still how the optimization is for that game. Still waiting for a Car X tech to still work around on making updates. I do wish that they're making an offline patch, then much I'll just have to say. Fuck. Fuck! I pushed her into the finish line. I wanted to spin around. Oh, Ray Carter is eliminated too. Empire State, so we talking New York here. Sometimes I gotta hate when there's oil on the track because it ruins the drivability of the car. Did I just hear someone crash out? There's a tire inside of my truck. Or my pickup car. Oot. Ute. I say pickup car because I think of Transformers 2007. The DS. Like the DS game of Transformers 2007. Whether it be the Autobots or Decepticons, I just say the name because one of the vehicles is just literally named the pickup car. Like one of the vehicle forms you can scan inside that game. In those games. Because there's two variations. One's the Autobots and the other's Decepticons. Oh, oh, that bitch. She went underneath the stands. Clever. Not clever enough. I tried streaming Car X3 once before, and to be honest, it didn't just feel right. It was extremely laggy. Extremely laggy. Like, to say the game is good is what I really want to say, but I can't say that because the game, the optimization is just really bad. And my car jumped for no apparent reason other than a pile. The optimization is bad, and that's what's leading me to wait until an update comes, like, until future updates for the game. So that way, when the optimization becomes more better, I would be able to experience it a little bit more better with better optimization in regards to the game. Hopefully, there would be a way for them to find a way to get the game working without needing so much of an SSD. Because I feel like when it comes to the game needing an SSD in order to play, that's what the real problem is. Nobody can play because it requires an SSD. Even if the people have an SSD inside their computers, it still wouldn't run properly. Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage. I need speed. Brake harder's wrecked again. Okay. Oh wait. Yeah, the previous racer was Jason that wrecked real quickly. Like, he was the first one to wreck between everyone else. So for the most part, I think it's because of this race series that Jason Walker will wreck the most. Fuck. Sophia's wrecked already. Watch, as soon as we get to the street class, it'll be Katie that's gonna be wrecked real easily. Either that or Sally. Or Jason. Or, not Jason, I mean like Jack. I'd say Katie more because she's driving a chili pepper inside of the Streets series. She's driving this tiny piece of shit, which begs me to say, hey, you do realize you're gonna die at the first few moments of this race, right? Like if I were to see anyone in real life, and if it was basically destruction based racing, driving a vehicle that's somewhat as small as to this, I would just ask them, you do realize that you're gonna die real quickly, right? Like that would be the only thing I would ask. Spoiler alert, Sofia Martinez is gonna be a pain in the ass to catch. Yeah, because she's gonna be driving that Grand Canyon pickup truck as soon as we get up there. She is a tiny bit of a pain in the ass to deal with the CTR. Jack's a pain in the ass because he's driving the banger instead of the Derby series. Hold on. Hold on a moment. Yeah. When are you planning to go? I got a friend who's asking me on the street. Yeah, because she's driving in a Dodge Ram-based pickup truck. That much I could say. Some may say that it was supposed to be like a Ford, but to me it looks like it's a Dodge, regardless of what other people say. Though I think, for the most part, the other half of this gameplay might have to wait another time. Probably next weekend, because I assume since it's... So it's like this. Last week I went to work on Monday and Tuesday, then on Wednesday I went to class, and then I went to work on Thursday and Friday. So I assume that this week's gonna be this exact same way as to last week. I'm not too sure. But for the most part, what I will confirm is the fact that another stream of this will have to happen in another weekend. Like, to get some of the other parts of it. I would say I could stay in and just finish the rest, but honestly, I want to get out of the house. Do want to do something outside for once. I mean, I usually do that every single day of my life, but come on. I'm speaking more in regards to an activity because my friends were inviting me over to go play some tennis. So, I mean, yeah. Just gonna go play some tennis later on tonight, so I won't, for the most part, I do know that we're not gonna be able to get through. We got through most of the game, but if possible, if we could even finish through the whole entire game. That's minus the fact that we gotta do stunt events and stuff like that, you know? Then maybe I could see that we will finish this game. But real quickly, I do want to... Okay, so we're already at level 3. So we'll just have the other 2 events wait. The other 2 cups. We're gonna do this event, and then I'm gonna go ahead and call it off. Call this a stream. Here we go. Okay, this is becoming a nutcase. Okay, there goes Katie. Holy shit, there's a lot going on. And I'm not even paying attention. That was on me. Hold up. Let me put this to charge. Real quick. Real quick. Quick. Well, that's a bunch of tire piles that I gotta go up on. Slow down, Jason, so that way I could kick your ass. Well, that was Frank. Oh. And that's how you do it. Yeah. That's how you do it. And now I got enough to buy the damned Pro Gear box. Well, that was quite something. But yeah. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a stream because I'm gonna go ahead and get myself ready and go play some tennis. So yeah, that's gonna be part two of the Flatout 2 game. Huh? Two twos? Uh, Never mind. It's a cringe joke, anyways. Any, Asides that though, with that being said, thank you for those who had joined in the stream and those who have joined in later after the stream is over and is watching because why not? They just want to. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. And if you are new to this channel, feel free to leave a like, comment, and a subscribe as usual. That is, of course, if you wish. That is your choice. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm perfectly fine with that. But asides all of that, ending mumbo jumbo, I shall now say I shall see you in another stream. See ya.